to start writing on our video. On the tutorial for the Spring Farmhouse. This is the Spring Farmhouse weekly recipe album. And the walkthrough, of course, you can see that, but the paper is just adorable. I thought it'd be perfect for a different kind of a recipe album that also just kind of involves like a weekly dinner menu type thing so that you can keep track of what you're doing weekly. To get started, you want 2 sheets of chipboard that are 7 by 10, and your hinge is going to be 2 1/4 by 10. And I've already cut the cardstock that we're going to wrap this with, and we're going to put these together first. I've cut 3 sheets. These are 12 inches by 9 inches. Now this is a top flip album, so it's going to flip open this way. So we are going to be wrapping it, of course, horizontal, but we will be then turning it because the hinge actually will go to the top. So if you want to get your adhesive out, my glue just went into hiding for a minute. I'm just going to use my art glitter glue, and I will use Scor tape sheets. You'll see me using that to put the cover together, and then I'll use Scor tape just for my some of the wrapping and some of the spacing. So I like to use 1/4 inch for my spacing. Scor tape sheets when I wrap my chipboard in the inside. It just makes everything lay so nice and smooth. But to get started, you can either use your Scor tape, and you can put your Scor tape along the edge. I wouldn't use anything bigger than 1/4 inch. I just use art glitter glue. I feel the bond is a lot stronger. It lays flatter, and there's no chance in that popping open at all. And I only have to lay my cardstock by overlapping it about 1/8 of an inch, which cuts down on the bulk. And if you're using the artisan cardstock, the linen, you're going to see that you have very little issues with cracking, popping. I'm not going to say it's 100%, but it's pretty darn close. You may get a little bit on the seams, but that's normal because you've overlapped. Not a lot you can do there. So let's just turn it over and make sure everything's down and no glue. And because of the length, we do need to put 3 pieces together, but we will be cutting this. And you can use it in part of the album construction. We can set that aside. I do want to set it aside because I'm going to be using a blade, and I don't want to cut into my paper at all. So using the Scor tape sheets, these are 8 1/2 by 11 inch sheets. I better save that backing because I will be having some pieces left over. So I'm just going to put my chipboard on top of my Scor tape sheets. If you're using the roll of Scor tape, then you can go around your perimeter, and I would still fill it in the center. It does make a difference. You'll notice cardstock is kind of like wallpaper. It needs to be adhered all the way down, or you're going to have some bubbling or movement of the paper. Not a lot. I mean, we've all done that for years. So you need to do what you're comfortable with, and there's no really right way or wrong way. I feel this is a very secure way, and then my paper lays nice and flat. Plus, it cuts down on time, especially when I'm filming. I know you guys just want to get it done. And I'll just set these pieces aside because they are still usable. The camera's really not where it belongs. There we go. But it also helps if you have hands that are affected somewhat by arthritis. You don't have to go with the roll over and over and over. Okay, there's those 2 pieces, and just like that, they are done. out of the way so I don't end up cutting that with my blade. Just remove the backing. You do want to like clear the area. It's almost like make your sterile field, because if this Scor tape, once it hits, once you've taken the backing off, it's very sticky. And whatever it touches, it will become a permanent part of. And when I cut these strips, that's why I saved the backing, because they are definitely usable in other projects. Just like that, we are ready to put the cover together. And I have 2 seams. And I really do want those seams to be on these bigger pieces of cardstock. There'll be one on the front and one on the back. But what's nice is you will be able to cover them, because you'll see we're working with a 10-inch piece that only gives us this little bit, and I don't want my seam just to hit. If I'm going to put my chipboard on a seam, I want it to be completely in the middle for strain and other just purposes like that. And then I want 1 inch at the top and 1 inch at the bottom, and I use my ruler for that. I'm not worried about how much is on the other side right now. Let's just move this down. Because I'll be cutting that off. But with my ruler, this is a quilting ruler, and they're wonderful because you have extra thickness that you can really put your weight on and hold it down so it doesn't move. Remove that whole backing. I'm going to hold on to it. You can also draw a line, or you can score this bottom. But I like to just use my ruler. Down it goes. I am going to turn this. And I want to get rid of this excess, because it's going to make it so much easier, hopefully, to work with. And I've left 1 inch on that end. And then my 1/4 inch score tape is going to be my spacer in between my chipboard. So if you don't want to use the score tape there, but it does serve more than one purpose. You'll see how nice it holds that top down. If you are going to use your chipboard as a spacer, where you just put it in between, you'll need at least 4 pieces to make a 1/4 inch. And a 1/4 inch is just about your insurance policy that your cardstock, even if you're not using the artisan linen, that it will not chip or crack. Down goes the ruler. I have gotten a little bit off, but it won't really affect it too much. So my 1/4 inch goes between all my pieces of chipboard where I want that spacing to be. So with this album, there will be a little tie closure at the bottom. You'll see it really does stay nice and closed. Yeah, I did get off. Let's see here. I'm going to still keep it kind of even. See, I kind of went off, which happens once in a while. So we have 2 nice big pieces just to set aside because we'll be using those during the construction of our album. Now let's go ahead and I'm going to just push my cardstock up against the chipboard and then all the way over. And using my bone folder, I'm going to go ahead and burnish that edge. I'm pushing it right up against the chipboard, and one reason I'm doing this is I can see right here I'm going to be off, and it's because I laid it down a little crooked. So the nice thing is I know this before I add my adhesive, so I can fix the problem now instead of, there we go, instead of during the time that I have adhesive on, because there would have been a space there, and once it's all glued down, no, I wouldn't have been able to fix it, and I would have been cursing. And it's because my cardstock on my chipboard did not get laid down in that straight line. I moved my ruler. Again, I can now fix this there by pulling it before we get our adhesive on. And I'll still have that nice finished edge. Okay, let's do the same down here at the bottom. I have to fold that over. There. You still want to be gentle at this point, even if you're using the linen cardstock, because it's still paper. But so it will tear if you force it. There we go. And that served 2 purposes. We now have squares on the end of each corner, and I'm going to cut them completely out. And yes, I do go to the chipboard. Don't be afraid of going to the chipboard when you do squares like this. It's like making a box. Or if you sew, it's going to be just fine. Because you won't get the holes. Now, again, this is my side where there was that issue. So I'm making sure my score line is where it belongs so it matches up with the corner of that chipboard. And I have my guides from the score lines, so we are good to go. Now the next thing I want to do is just fold down that short edge, and you can tell if your cardstock's going to be off. Putting my scissors at the chipboard and angle it in. Your chipboard is my stopper, so I can't go any further knowing I won't cut into the paper if you do the stopper method with your scissors on the chipboard. And then you'll also see if there's anything hanging beyond your chipboard, because you'll see it. And your scissors will just naturally cut that right off. So I'm going to turn it this way. So you do have to turn your cardstock or your book. However, it's easiest for you to cut your angles. Again, my scissors, see, they won't go any further, and I can move it just enough to cut off the excess that I don't want there, because then it'll make it so I don't have a really pretty corner. Just like that, we're ready to wrap. I'm going to start with my Scor tape across the top. You can use any size that you want. I just happen to have a 5/8 of an inch roll. We do carry this at the store at Country Craft Creations, so we have 5/8, 3/8, 1/8. We have a quarter. We have them all, 1 inch, and the sheets. So these are my favorite. And the whole purpose is we just want to make sure this is going to be nicely attached to the chipboard. So you can still use your 1/4 inch. Now you have the space right here, and the whole purpose is that we want it to grab on this side. So I'm going to just take the 1/4 inch. Basically, that's just filling in that spot when it folds over. And on smaller albums, sometimes I don't even do that step, and I'll just use my art glue. But this is a larger album, and I know it's going to get lots of use, so I want it to be totally covered. And I'm going to just remove the backing to all of the Scor tape. And art glitter glue. And I'm going to place this right now in 2 areas. Where that seam is and along the chipboard, I'm going to go ahead and just, where's my other seam? There it is. I'm going to put it on those seams for right now. It's going to get a little bit of moisture in there, and it will help soften when we wrap our chipboard. Then I'm going to go ahead and add art glue all the way down. It's kind of like letting the wet cloth sit on a sticker. Yeah, it kind of softens it. Using my bone folder or your hands. Sometimes if you use your hands, you can feel your chipboard better because you want it to butt right up against. Just squish that glue. And then this is kind of my problem edge. So I want to make sure everything is flush. And once it is, because we've already burnished that edge, it'll fold right over. So you can see kind of how it was crooked. I'm going to check the edge, but I got it. So really good save there. Add more art. I'm using the art glitter glue. It's my favorite. So depending on the adhesive you're using, you don't want to get your paper too wet. I have never had that with art glitter glue though. Then again, you'll have that nice top. And then see, you shouldn't have any trouble with those seams. we soft, it's kind of like I said, pre-softening, getting it ready for the fold. And now before I fold these over, I just want to fold it and check my corners. I'm just making sure nothing is sticking out here beyond my chipboard. And if it is, you can just trim it at an angle. That looks good. This one looks a little long. Main thing is you stay away from the corner. As long as you don't cut anything on those corners, you won't have any holes in your chipboard once it's in this position. You kind of need to keep a straight line, see, that goes from the chipboard to your paper on that edge, and that's what covers that corner. It's like when you're sewing or in quilting. And then so you'll have a nice covered corner, and you don't really ever have to worry about holes. Change fold folders. Because this one is blunt, it's just the Fiskars. And I know I won't harm the paper at all. And what I'm going to do now is just push down the cardstock so we can fold our chipboard over. One thing about wrapping chipboards, if you've watched my old videos, we all evolve as we create, and you may have found different techniques that work for you that you do. And these are the techniques I found that I think work great because it squares off our corners, gives us perfect corners on the bottom, and takes some of the frustration out of album making. And that's the whole thing. It shouldn't be stressful. Now, you'll have a seam in the front and a seam in the back. No problem, because it's going to be covered. And we want to cover the inside with our cardstock. So what I've done is cut 3 pieces. I'm going to have to cut them down. This album is 7 inches wide. So I'm going to cut this just a little bit shorter than 6 7/8. But not quite 6 3/4, and it looks like you only need 2 pieces. I'm glad I rechecked that. You only want about 1/8 of an inch border. That's all you need. And it does look like we won't even have to trim. Nope, they're going to overlap. Almost, for me, it's perfect. Depends on you. If there's about 1.5 inches, you could trim a little bit off of one of them, but I'm just going to overlap them there because that's where the hinge goes, so it's not going to cause any problem at all. And I am going to use my Scor tape sheets again. So I'm using 2 more. And the whole thing is, I want to make sure that I get my Scor tape just about on the edges, but I don't want anything to hang over. Using my knife, now I'm going to push my cardstock. I'm pushing on it. I know you can't see it, but I am pushing it so that it stays blunt, that edge, up with my knife. And by doing that, gives my knife like some substance to push against. And I'm just going to lay this piece at the bottom. And, you know, you may, if this is too much score tape for you, that's okay. You don't have to use it. Just go around your perimeters or however you like to do it. For me, again, I go back to the wallpapering. When I have a secure, complete surface, the book just lays, I think, so much nicer. Maybe not so much nicer. It just takes out all the frustrations of any bubbles or movement of my paper. Does that make sense? I hope. Okay. And let's repeat. Trade that. Oh no, don't put it down that way. Because this is a good piece. No sense in cutting that one up. And if you're uncomfortable with removing all of your score tape, you could start with a little piece like this, adhere it down, and then come underneath and pull it. That's if you're uncomfortable with taking it all off at once until you get used to your score tape sheets. And I have a little hanging over here in the center, but I'm okay. I'm not going to mess with it because it's going to be overlapped upon. Very sticky, so keep your fingers back there. Let's lay it down until you feel that that's where you want it to be and it looks good. And then so I don't mark up my black or white paper, I use my dry diaper wipe, a clean one, on my spatula or my putty knife. Just a putty knife. These are from the hardware store. I broke the handle off. But you can see how nice and clean it keeps your paper versus just taking the putty knife, because sometimes there's glue or even have paint on there. You never know. I can tell by feeling this I need to push it down a little bit more. And again, do not let go, because whatever this lands on, and I've had it land on here, it's a booger to get up. Keeping my fingers back there until I am ready. So my fingers are back there so I can move it anywhere I want, basically. I'm just making sure things are matching top and bottom on where my seams are matching. Especially get those edges down. And again, using my blunt scoring tool. There we go. And I'm going to go on both sides because you have two edges of chipboard. And then because we used our score tape sheets, or if you did, then you're going to see it's going to grab the other underneath, and then you have a really nice professional looking fold there. Okay, we'll get it started first. And at this point, I can still push it down, but I can definitely feel it's very much dirtier, so I don't want to force it. And there you have your cover. And we're going, just like that, we made our cover in 30 minutes. We're going to move on now and make our hinges. Okay, let's make our hinge. The hinge is going to be 6 3/8 by 12, and I have this piece left over when I cut the one end, so I'm just going to use it, and I was able to just trim it down. You may be able to also, depending on how much you cut off of that cover piece. So 6 3/8 by 12. Our pages are 6 1/2, so we want this to be 1/8 of an inch shorter. And we're going to start by scoring at 1 3/4 and 2. Whoops, that's not 1 3/4 and 2, and then 2 1/2, 3, 3 1/2, 4, 4 1/2, 5, 5 1/2, 6, 6 1/2, 7, 7 1/2, and 7 3/4. I start with a quarter and I end with a quarter. This is too long. We'll be trimming it, but now you can see my score lines. And the easiest way I found is to start with this very first score line where our 1/4 inch is. And there's a lot of reasons for this, and I've explained it in a couple of other videos, but let me grab a book and show you. I don't actually don't have it. Anyway, this gives you a 1/4 of an inch away from the cover. It gives you that extra spacing for your pages. If you bring your piece all the way underneath, then your hinge basically butts up to your cover, leaving no space when you turn your page, and I just prefer to have that 1/4 inch spacing in the beginning and the end. This is pretty hard for me to do those little pieces, so I just now move to this 1/2 inch, and I'm going to pinch 2 of those together. And then when you put it down, you can bend against that fold, and there's your 1/4 inch. And you're going to have a gusset, so you skip that, and then you grab your next set of 1/2 inch scores. And you'll start seeing your hinge take effect. So the next one, next to these hinges, that's your gusset. These 2 right here, we're going to pinch together to become a hinge. Gusset and hinge. So we have 4 hinges for 4 pages. And then when I fold towards myself and then away, then I have created that fold that I needed for that 1/4 inch. This will be trimmed. But first, I want to turn this over, and you're going to see you have these nice raised areas. And if you're using score tape, you'll put score tape on one of the where it valleys in, one on top, valleys in on top. I use my art glitter glue. I just put a little bit in the crease and on one side. And I use my dry diaper wipe here to get it on the ends. And really squish that glue around. Stop right there because I just know, yeah, glue's going to come out that end. Okay, just like that, you have your 4 hinges. Now, let's go ahead. Remember, I'm going to fold it flat. You need to keep your 1/4 inch. I'm going to fold the first piece over, which is the short piece. Excuse me. I'm going to do the same here, pushing back to make sure my 1/4 inch is still there. Really burnish that so it's nice and flat. And then we can mark this excess here. I'm just going to lift it up a little bit. And it looks like if you use the 12-inch piece, you're going to remove 2 1/8 inch from that end. So I'm just going to put that in the cutter where my mark was. Cut that off. There we go. Flatten down those hinges on the opposite side. Now I can really see that everything is down, burnished well, and that glue is spread around. And push back again. Make sure I keep that 1/4 inch there. And then check. If this is too long, you could cut it off. Mine's just a little crooked, but it's not going to show. Whoops. Here, Wilbur in the background snoring. You might be able to hear him too. See how that marks up? That's why I used the diaper wipe when we did the cover, like I did over my scoring tool, because there's always something on there to get on there. And I do use art glitter glue to attach my pages to my hinges. And there is your perfect set of hinges ready to go into your book. Now, before you do, I want to show you, because it's going up here at the top, and you don't have a lot showing, so a lot of people don't like to cover that. I do. I want to put my hinges in, but I don't want to just put them down on something where there's going to be a seam showing or anything. So I'm going to go ahead and take my, it's called the 2x2 elements. So I'll be cutting a piece off, and this is 2 1/4 by 7. So I'm going to keep it at 2 1/4 until I completely trim it down, and then we'll cut it at 6 and 7/8 long. Because most of the time with our spacing that we used, 1/4 inch score tape, you have room for the full size. Yes, I do. Isn't that pretty? And we'll cut it down to 6 and 7/8 long. And then using a black ink, I'm just going to go around the edges. Whoops. I think I need a whole pad. Okay, now you'll notice, oops, your hinges are going to be almost perfect width-wise, but you do have a little bit on each edge. So you just want to center it. And then you can use your score tape, art glitter glue. One thing with art glitter glue, once it's down, it's down. These hinges are not going to come up even after time and all eternia. Just tiny bit showing top to bottom. I missed the hole. So now you can see what I meant by that 1/4 inch. So you have a 1/4 inch at the top and the bottom that gives you that much more spacing between this fold in your book, which gives your page more room. So our hinges are up at the top, and this becomes a flip. Kind of like, you know, the old waitress. If you were in that era, you'd go in the diner and she'd flip her little book up. So that is the cover, and we're going to get started now on making our pages. We're going to create a pocket for the inside front, or the top flap, so instead of front and back, it's top and bottom. Then we're going to do the waterfall text pot back here on the back of our book. So what we're going to do is we're going to create them, and then we'll set them aside, because then we'll put them in the book after we put our pages in. So we'll make these, and then we're going to make our pages. Now for the back, we're going to do the waterfall. And it's 6 1/2 by 6 1/4 is going to be your base. Then you want 6 pieces that are 6 3/4. Excuse me, 4 3/4 by 6 1/4. So they are 6 1/4 long, and you want to match one up with the base to make sure you've cut everything the 6 1/4 length, because it's going to be what we adhere these to. Let me see, I've got those 2 aren't correct. 3, 4, and I have 5. I've lost the waterfall. Alright, I'll just cut one real quick. So 4 3/4 by 6 1/4. And you want 6 of those. Just checking everything that we all match here. Perfect. And we're going to go ahead and score these on the 4 3/4 inch side at 1/2 inch. And the sizing, so it's 4 1/4 after we score this, and then they're 6 1/4 long. So a 4 by 6 photo, 4 by 6 recipe card will fit on here perfectly. So you can also leave, you can do the fronts with your pattern paper and then leave the back. It will fit a 4 by 6 photo perfect, or you know, most standard recipe cards are 4 by 6, or you can just cut those down. So we're going to burnish all these edges up. And this one I had already done to figure out our sizing. Now the reason we have a base, I was going to do this without, but I want this to be a tuck spot. It's going to sit down, let me turn this sideways. It's going to sit down here at the very bottom. I was just going to build the waterfall, but we want just a tuck spot. So you can throw some cards in there. Nothing a lot, just a tuck spot to hold it tight. And we're going to use your adhesive. We're going to attach these to the base. Remember, you don't want to miter the corners on your waterfall pages. And where this one ends is where your next one starts if you're new to making waterfalls. And waterfalls can go up, down, sideways. They don't have to be the typical waterfall look. Lining that up. So go slow. Don't be in a hurry. You don't want it to be lopsided. Just checking the sides. And our last one. Now, the last one, you're going to see the page overextends just a hair. So your last, this one, it won't have, it'll be shorter. And the reason is, this is 6 3/4 long. Our album cover is 7. And I didn't want to get it too close to the edge. We do want to be able to put, oops, I'm trying not to hit my, there you go, camera. See, it's going to go over here to the left side, and that just left barely. And I didn't want any waterfall hanging over that edge, like so. So there's one thing, what I'm going to do when I mat, I will mat completely over the top of this to that edge, because I don't want to use a whole sheet of paper on this. I'm going to use the whole sheet when we do the top, but this is just going to be, we're going to piece that. So if you want, you could always measure that and cut yours longer. I chose not to because I just didn't want it to hang over. When we attach this down too, this becomes a pocket. So before we do that though, we need to put our closure on. And one thing about the closure, it will go on this back page. So out of your scraps, I just picked up a piece, and I want it to be 2 inches, and it's going to be 6 1/2, and that will give me the 3/4. I like to score mine at 3/4, so there's a little bit more underneath your element, so you can go even 1 inch in scoring if you like. And I wanted it to be wider so it's a little more sturdy. So I'm going to score mine at 3/4 of an inch. And I'm going to show you. So where mine's shorter, I'm putting it to the back. If you can see that. I'm going to fold that under so it's away from me, and I'll match it right there. And just use my mat here because we're at 6 1/4. So 1, 2, 3. There's about my center. I'm just using the grid on my mat to give me a definitive center. So now I can put this back in my scoreboard, and I see the distance between here and here. So I'm going to lay my page down, and I'm just going to do score mark to give me that gusset that's the difference between the back and the front. Even though it lays to the back like that, okay, it's going to take the stress off. You know how they tear right here at your score line sometimes? You see now how that will bend like so? So it's going to take the stress off of this score line that's attached to the page where we get our tears quite often. Uh-oh. Hopefully, the little puppy troopers just ran downstairs. Hopefully they'll be quiet here. I want to go ahead and grab my large magnet. So I've got some that aren't matching up super well because I got packages messed up. about finger width away from the top so that it'll be covered in our paper. And also, this is so much easier for us to mat before we put it in the book. So that's why we're going to make it and put it aside until we're ready to mat it. And because it's more of a waterfall element, you'll probably want to use up your scraps. And we'll be using that ivory cardstock also to fill in. So that's what I'll be using up here. And now we have that made, and we have a wonderful place now for not only pictures, maybe of the dish that you're making, a recipe card, or if you're using this album for gardening or housewarming. And down that will go. And you set that one aside. And now we're going to make the envelope at the top. So let me show you the sample that I have made. It is a gusseted envelope, so it's going to hold some extra cards or pictures. And here's the thing. We don't want it down too far here, or in the center even, because of our pages when we go to put this on. It's going to go more at the top, but it is side. You can reach in, because it's going to be too hard to go down that way. So I wanted a pocket that went this way. Plus, I also wanted this to be a pocket, another tuck spot. So this is what we're going to make next. And then, again, we will be setting that aside. Let me get my pieces and parts. I had already cut, isn't that pretty, for the top, but I won't need it yet because I'm not going to put it down. Oh, maybe I will, since I have it cut. But we'll make this first before we move to our pages. So we need one small piece that's 4.5 by 7, and you'll get this from your scraps. We're going to set that aside for just a moment. Then we need a piece that's 10 inches by 8.5. Okay? We're going to put this in on the 8.5 inch side. And we are going to score at 1/2 of an inch and 5 inches. Go ahead and rotate to the 10-inch side. Wilbur thinks I'm talking to him, sorry, and he's just looking at me like, Mom, you're talking to me. On the 10-inch side, we're going to score it 1/2, 1, and 1.5. Rotate or turn around to the other side. And let's score it 1/2, 1, and 1.5. Oh, move some things out of the way here. And it's going to be helpful if you have clothespins for this when you do the bottom. So I'm going to grab 2 clothespins. That's all you'll need. We are going to do some trimming first. We need to get rid of these up at the top where it's the 5 inches because that becomes the flap on our envelope. What did I just do with it? I tossed it. Did I toss it? I guess I did. Well, that was quick. But we're going to start where we have the 1/2 inch down here at the bottom. And you're going to just cut, and I just do mine kind of at angles, a little bit of an angle. We'll straighten it out better in a moment. And so that is what the bottom is going to look like. Sorry, I'm just turning off my notifications. Then we need to remove this. Now you can cut it if you cut straight. I'm just making my angled cut there to this score line on both sides. And I'm going to then use my trimmer, so that's what it looks like. And this is 1.5 inches, so that's really easy to remember. If you put it in your scoreboard at 1.5 inches, that score line should match up to where your cutter blade is. And we've already cut this, so we're going to just cut down gently until it gives way. And I'm going to repeat on this side. But I'm going to turn it this way. And my 1/2 is now on this side. I've got myself turned around here for some reason. I don't know why. Sorry. I do that often. There we go. Bring your blade to the top. And once, whoops, again, try not to bump it with your fingers. And don't pull it because you want it to look nice. So you can go ahead and just finish that off with your scissors. And that's the look we're going for. I call it a spaceship. And I'm going to fold this over. And then, do you see how this is nice and straight? Well, we want that straight line to continue down so it's nice and straight. Go ahead and turn this over. Nice and straight. I'm going to fold up this bottom piece and burnish it the 1/2 inch. I'm going to do the same thing because you want it to continue on a nice straight line, nothing sticking over those edges, but go ahead and just do a slight angle. So when everything's folded, it should be nice and neat, nothing sticking out at your corners. And let's go ahead and grab our corner rounder if you want. And you can round your corners, or you can do a decorative edge on there. Then I'm going to fold. I'm not going to burnish yet. I fold forward, pull away from myself, towards myself, and back in. And then pull it so that everything is even. You might have to change. There you go. Encourage your paper to move. So you have that accordion fold there. So fold in or away from yourself, towards yourself, and away from yourself. Burnish that really, really well. Then grab your adhesive. I prefer a wet adhesive for this. Oh, the only problem, art glue is wonderful, but it does dry so quickly. You don't have time to let it sit. So I'm just putting a dot of adhesive there. And this is where you want your clothespins. Okay, let's let that dry. Now for your top piece, that was 7. I'm just going to lay it on here and check side to side because you might need to trim it. You don't want it to hang over at all. So if you need to trim it, now's the time. Let's let those dry for 1 more second or 2. Keep your clothespins. You'll still want to put it back on those corners. And then I'm going to match that to the bottom, to the top. Now, do you see mine comes clear up to the score line? And I don't want it to. So I'm going to grab my trimmer. I'm going to just trim 1/8 of an inch off, which is on mine is that first line after the divot there. That way it's going to bring it down a hair and I can get my hand in there. Now let's go ahead and add our adhesive to the flaps. start with those corners. I want to put my clothespins back on those corners. Oh, that little beagle of ours. Yes, Wilbur. I'm sure you heard that bark. Let's go ahead and see, now it's out of the way of my score line, which means I don't need a gusset there. So I didn't want a gusset. I want that closed, clean look. But I do want a large magnet, or you can use a swing tab. You can even do a ribbon. Just making sure you put it down enough that you can cover it with your cardstock or your pattern paper. That's nice and secure. And then when I mat, I'll put my matting down, and then see, my envelope is going to sit here. And I will be able to open it, slide my recipe cards or pictures or photos, whatever I want inside of there. Has room, and it's not in the way, and it looks really great. So just put that away with your waterfall, and let's make our pages. Now I've already done 3, so I'll do one on the camera with you because they're very simple. They're all the same, and you'll see how they will sit nicely on the hinges, and they'll fold back and forth. Now actually, when you close the cover, see, that's why we had to have them at the length we did, because when you close the cover, it pushes them down. Let me show you, because right now they look kind of short laying down, but they're not. And you want 4 of those, and we want 4 pieces. That is going to be our top cover, that are 6.5 by 9.5. And I may trim this down, so have your trimmer handy. Then we need 4 pieces that are 7.5 by 10 inches. And we're going to take the 7.5 by 10 inch piece, and we're going to score it on 3 sides. We have a closed page. You don't want anything falling out of this album, and having a closed page ensures that. So there's no tags, or you won't be poking anything in there, because really it's going to fall out. Go ahead and burnish our score lines, and the top you leave alone because that's going to be our hinge side. And that's going to be something you need to be mindful about when you put your pages on, or when we're decorating. This closed edge is going to be the hinge, so when it flips up, your page is now the opposite. So we have to make sure we don't do our pages upside down. Okay, let's do a little corner mitering here for neatness. And I'll show you, we're going to do this a little different because I want a nice closed bottom edge that's smooth. It does not look like it's been put together. So we are going to have this 1/2 inch flap on the back, but it gives us the room here that we need to go on the hinge. So it won't be tight, but down here I want it tight because I want this to lay very nice and flat. And then I didn't want any seams to be showing. And that's my reason for not putting this on top, if you're wondering. Now, I can burnish those a little bit better. Again, you're going to look side to side. You don't want anything to hang over, and if it's close, you can trim it. I prefer to trim now rather than trying to do it later. Once it's on here, you risk cutting into your seams. And remember, this is going to fold up. So another thing that helps out is just to do one side at a time in case you find you need to trim the other side of your paper. So I'll just do this one side first. And then I can look and see, okay, is it close to the edge? Is it going to be where I'm not happy with it? And it is. But I really don't like this cutter for, I'm going to put it in my big cutter and just trim that a hair more. Now see, if I had already put it on, trimming it would have been next to impossible without ruining my page. So now I don't have to worry about that. And fold that up. And if it's a little bit tight, that's okay. Just really burnish it. That will be covered with your cardstock. You won't even know it's there, but you have a nice closed edge. And that's what I was going for. So there's our 4 pages. Our back cover element, our front cover, which is our pocket. So now we can start on building our pages. Let's get started. We're going to do the front of page 1. And I'm going to be matting as we go. So I'm using the Spring Farmhouse Well Said, and it has the green cat on the back. And also this collection has coordinating cardstocks in these 3 colors, and they are double-sided. So they look really nice. And then also you might want to use some just ivory cardstock. You can supplement that way also. So we'll be using some ivory. But I will be going ahead and using some of these colors along with this sheet. And so we're going to get started with, first we're going to do the flaps. And we've got an inside pocket so we can put our recipe cards they can actually tuck in. And you want a 10.5. Now when I cut my 10.5, I cut it just a hair short, so it would fit nicely on the page. You'll get this from your scraps by 3 3/4. 10.5 by 3 3/4. And so also, I just need to write this one down. I forgot that one, 3 3/4. And we are going to have the 2 gables that they overlap. And they are 5 5/8, and you'll see why in a moment. 5 5/8 by 9.5. You want 2 of those. Then we want 2 5 by 6.5 and 2 5 by 4.5. And we want to start with our 10.5 by 3 3/4 inch piece, and we're scoring this on 3 sides for the inside pocket at 1/2. along the 3 3/4 inch side. And then on our 10 1/2 inch side, we're going to score it 1/2 inch on the 2 short sides. And I'm going to fold up those 2 short sides first because I want to see how they're going to fit on my page. And if it's great, and I do have a little tiny bit, that's why I cut it short, so it doesn't hit the top there. But if it does, and you find you're really close to the top where it really won't bother anything, it's just some extra bulk there, then you can always trim it. And so first thing we have to do, we're going to prepare the pocket. But we're actually going to put that left-hand flap on first. And then we're going to put the pocket on top of it. And we're going to miter these corners. Straighten that one up a little bit. Here we go. And your 2 flaps. And then I'm going to also be using a natural or khaki colored seam binding that we have in the store at countrycraftcreations.com. It's just a beautiful khaki, brownish, they call it khaki. So it lays flat, it'll be my closure because I want to tie this shut. Anyway, we're going to score first at 1/2 inch on the 5 and then 5 5/8 of an inch side. You're going to score at 1/2 and 5/8. And you're going to repeat on the second one. Score it 1/2 and then 5/8 right next to that. It's like an expansion. Have you ever? I've made a couple of albums, and I did the where you go 1/8, 1/8 all the way down. It kind of gives you this expansion area. It's not really a full gusset. It's just a little bit of an expansion. So it can be a booger for you to burnish and fold. So just take it slow. Do one and then the other, but it's going to allow us to have that extra bulk underneath there. And before we do that, so I want to put this piece, this is going on the left hand side of my page. I'm going to turn it over. This is so much easier to do flat. We're going to take our 5 by 6 1/2 inch piece, and you're going to put it on the corner. Now these are pockets. They're kind of what I call a faux pocket. There's no gusset. And I want to make sure they're not, it just stops right in front of that score line. And on the corner, if it does not, you'll want to trim it a little bit. And then the next piece, that's 5 by 4 1/2, we're actually going to put it on first. These are just little slip pockets, not made for a lot of stuff. So we don't want a lot of bulk underneath here. So I'm going to, this is the 6 1/2, take my 4 1/2 inch piece and add my adhesive. And I do like wet adhesive because this way I don't worry about tags getting caught in the score tape. So just along 3 sides on the edge. But if you like score tape, you can use your 1/8 of an inch or something really small. And we have a second set of them that's going to go on this right hand flap. So again, I want to check from here to there, and that looks good. Now when we map these, one thing we'll do is we're just going to stop right here, and I'll show you in just a minute. So when we add our piece, we're not going to be tucking the paper down in. It also saves on our paper. Okay, we got the 3 sides. And so I know this is 5 inches. So I'm going to cut my matting at 4 7/8. Whoops. Let's go ahead and stick the pin in there now. So measuring from where the pocket is right here to there is going to be 2 inches. So we're going to cut a 4 7/8 by 1 7/8 inch piece that will fit there. And because this is going to go at the top, I'm going to go with the darker green. Or you can go with just an ivory. Whoops. And I'm going to go ahead and cut from this edge a piece that's 4 7/8. And then at 1 7/8. Ooh, didn't quite go through there. And you want 2 if you're going to match these. I'm using the black ink, but I'm going to turn it over so I don't make a mess on the front of my paper because I don't want it to be heavy. Or smeared, but I do want to get rid of that. Oops, white. That white paper core. Let me show you. So it's going to sit there and I'll just have a nice border around it. If you're working with black paper and if that is hard for you to see, then that's not going to help you out much either. Never mind. Putting something there, maybe tuck it down in so you can see, but you need to make sure you put your paper in the correct position, so maybe that won't work. Now our bottom piece is 4 1/2. So once again, so I'm going to do the bottom and then the top in this piece. So I need to cut it at 4 7/8. And 4 3/8. Edges. Time to turn the heat off. Plus, it helps with the noise. Like I said, I'm not doing a heavy. Also, a walnut and a brown would look good with this. So whatever color you choose, black, walnut, or brown, will look great. Definitely with the black, I didn't want it to look messy, so I'm just doing a light to cover up the white from where I cut the paper. How did I notice that? Now we can go ahead and put these down. And also, if you want the paper back behind there, you definitely can measure this. And so if you want it to extend down, it would be 4 inches. Or if you want to just continue and have the little border, you can do either one. And I was going to use that, but I think we're going to go with a floral because we need floral. Let's see which one. No, there's a little one here. I'm going to grab the 6x8 pad. So our 6x8 pad is going to be great for this. And it's the bicycles, definitely the bicycles. So I'm going to cut this down to the 4 7/8, and then 2 4-inch pieces. And because it's an 8x8 pad, I just cut that in half after, and it was perfect. I'll put this one down first, and then I'll do the other side. And 3 sides. So now we have 3 tuck spots on this little guy. I'm going to put it right on the corner. And everything just lies nice and flat, not bulky, but yet you'll have a place to tuck a recipe card, or 2. You can get 2 in there. A little better. I don't think I did this one. Maybe I did. Make sure, okay, this is going to be here. Make sure we have it turned the right direction. Okay, almost turned it upside down. Sorry, just having those scary orientation that I've done it backwards moments. Stay on the side of that score line, not everything at the bottom. Okay, those guys are now ready to adhere down. And they are going to overlap. Remember, you've got that little tiny lip. And then we'll be adding our seam binding or ribbon, whatever you're using. See, and they'll be easy to match even after we get these on, because we've already got this inside done. And it's added quite the substance to our page, heavier. Now make sure you push back on that score line, attach it to the very bottom. Make sure your edges are even. And just push back there, and that will help form. It's not really a gusset, like I mentioned. It's just going to be where our pocket, so we have a side loading pocket, will sit here. And now we have room for everything that's going to go inside of this page. Let's go ahead and put on the opposite side. Hang over the top. And when it folds, see, it will overlap. So you can decide which way you want it to overlap. But we're going to put our pocket down first, then we'll put our seam binding on, and we'll also mat the inside. We've already prepared the pocket. And the reason we're going with the side load is we're going to be flipping our page up. If you have a pocket here, things might, you know, they're going to go to the top. There's not much you can do. So using the side load pockets, they're different, they're fun, and you can just flip your recipe cards inside of there and have them handy. And I'm bringing it up almost to the score line, but not quite, keeping it just a hair away from it. And then we're going to mat. So I'm going to cut a piece that's 4.5 because I don't need it to go all the way in. So I want a 4.5 by 9 3/8. And then I'll use this on the pocket. Your pocket is now 3 1/4 inches by 9 3/8. Now it might be just a hair short of that because I did cut it a little short. Now I'm going to use my cutter here to determine. Did I tell you 3 1/4? No, I'm going to cut, yeah, 3 1/8. So I want to see what exactly I'm cutting off. Maybe I'm not going to use that side. So I'm going to take 1 inch off. Not quite 1 inch. Let's take 3/4 so we don't cut those words. And this little piece, this cutter blade is not in the best of shape. And it's not that hole. I just changed it. Lots of green. I know. I love the green. Okay, since that has such a rotten edge on it, I'm just going to clean it up here with my... No, it didn't come out too bad. Turn it this way so I don't mess up my pretty green paper. Put the big piece down first. Oh, I need to adhere that down too. This one. Oops. So I needed it there so I could see. Should have put that down first. These are the exact same length, so make sure that you do match up your top and bottom. hold of this. Okay, there we go. And because we do have room here, pretty cute, isn't it? And that's from the chipboards. And I do use adhesive with my sticker backs because I want them to be permanent. Oh, don't you hate that? Find the other side and you're like, Oh, we'll go with the green. That was a hard decision. I shouldn't have turned it over. You know what? My matting skills tonight are not here. Right up to that score line. Really clean that quickly and this dries clear. And good thing we have stickers, because we need one. And we also, though, we have these really cute little sayings that can go down in the pockets, and they're nice and flat. So having it flat on the pocket is good. Or you have your sticker sheet if you have a collection. Which makes it really simple. And something just a little bit longer because of my little boo-boo there. We're going to go home sweet home. And it won't get in the way of my tags that we're going to put in there. So we do need to put something on that side so it kind of evens it out. And Pure Sunshine. Also, that adds some color to the green. Now on the outside, so decide, your orientation. You want it to, whichever way you want it to open. Whichever feels most natural. And I'm going to grab some seam binding. This is too long. I'd go about 8 or 10 inches for each side. And I'm going to have it tie right here. I think I will change that. And about in the center. And you want it to stick out this way. Don't forget you have that little gusset on that edge. Let's see. I really didn't want it to come up on the page. That's wrong. This is not hard. I'm just making it harder. There we go. So you want it to close. Oh no, that isn't going to work either because then we can't put the paper underneath. Design change. Complete change of plans here. The tie, it was too short. So I took these are from my 6x8 pad. So your 6x8 pad has these graphics also that are great for cards. But these are the two that I took. The other bicycle out of the 6x8 pad. I left it at 6 inches. I trimmed it to 4 7/8. This was the green from the inside. It was already 4 7/8, so I cut 2 pieces at 1 1/4. They're going to go down here at the bottom. My closure, though, is going to be added here. So I cut a strip of cardstock that is 1 5/8 by 3. I did the 5/8 because I wanted plenty of coverage for the magnet. It's going to sit here. There'll be a magnet, so it's going to be a flap to open, and then we have a card over this. So I thought that is going to be so much nicer. But we need to put this down first, and it is 5 7/8, 5 7/8, and I left it 6. Or no, 8 inches. Sorry, it's the 6x8 pad. So leave it at the 8 inches, the full 8 inches, and then that leaves you with the 1 1/4 for the bottom. Here, so I have a contrast. And then the green. Then we need to put our latch down. I'm going to have it stop about an 1/8 to 1/4 of an inch from this edge. And after you decide its placement, go ahead and put a magnet on this side. The thing is, you got to make sure your magnet is going to be not too close to the edge. And we're at about 4 1/2 to 4 3/4 for my center. You could also turn that into a swing tab if you wanted. The swing tabs never hold down for me, so my finger and the rest of this now I will adhere down to the page. Making sure it's straight. I'm just not going to quite do that yet because I want it to dry. That's pretty close to the edge. Center it more. Oh, that's just fine. And then your paper will cover that nicely. And we will put a little piece of cardstock back here. And lay this one flat. Make sure the paper is secure there at the edge of your magnet. And the 1 1/4 by 4 7/8 green piece is next. So you could even put a tag there if you're using it for recipes. You could put appetizers, or you could use it for the dates, anything. And then our little piece for inside looks like I'm going to cut it exactly 1 1/8 and 1 3/8. And I want to bring this plaid in. Or you could even, if you really want to beef that up, you could just use another piece of black cardstock. So 1 1/8 and 1 5/8. No, short of 1 1/2. I'm going to, oh good, I can tuck it just a hair underneath. And trim as necessary. And I'm going to form that around my magnet. Making sure everything's sealed. And then, you know, with your scraps, you're going to be coming back and we're going to be doing our inserts. Or another thing that is really fun to use, I've been using a lot of, is the Graphic 45 tabs. They're going to fit in here, the medium-sized ones. Or you can just use your leftover cardstock, and that's the route I'm going. Okay, let's go ahead and get this piece covered. And I'll go ahead and use the plaid. And I did put mine on a little crooked. Sure did. So 3 by 1 3/8, so 2 7/8. I'm going to make it a little wider than 1 3/8, just a hair. Those edges from the Fiskars, nothing worse than edges that look like that. Unless you mean for them to, if you're going to jag them up. Now, next time when I make this, because I will do some closures like this again, I will mat the back after we put the magnet on before I put it down. And that will avoid that issue. Perfect chipboard to sit right there. Now, one thing to remember, this is where you can run into trouble. Now your page is going to flip up. And so when we create this, you have this 1/2 inch seam. So this is also another visual, which is good to have because you know this is the bottom of the page, which your bottom of the page should be here. And then when it flips up, it should now be at the top. And that's what's going to, you know, give you that visual so that you don't, oops, when you flip it over. Okay, we'll get started on page 2. I mean the back of page 1. Let me move all this and then we'll get our cutting sizes all down. You're going to want a 9 7/8. It's going to be 9 7/8 long by 6 wide. And I'm using the ivory cardstock. I'll be matting the photo spots here. And these are 4 1/4 by 6. There are 2 of those. So 4 1/4 by 6. And then the inserts or the matting for those are 5 3/4 by 4. When I cut the page, there was just scraps left. These are 6 inches. And we're going to be using these on the front of that flap. They are 2 1/8 by 6 and 1 by 6. The reason for these are that when we lift up our flap, you don't want whatever you put on the flap there to fall out. So it's going to kind of hold that in for us. And we don't want gusseted pockets. We want the tightness of that where we're just going to glue it down like we did the pockets on the first gatefolds. So we're going to put our 9 7/8 of an inch cardstock in and score at 1/2 inch. Don't need to miter those edges because it sits in the middle. You have 1/4 inch on each side. And if you notice, we cut it 9 7/8 so that it does not hang over the bottom of our page. I don't know if you can hear, but Wilbur is just snoring his little head off over there. I have it really tight. There we go. So I'm just going to put my page here. And knowing that I only have 1/4, I'll set it over here on the 1/4 inch marking of my scoreboard mat. Making sure I don't get too close to the top. I am going to use a large magnet for this flap. Now, when we did our page, remember the top, when we flip this over, and I do want a large magnet for strength. Now, you could cut this off a little bit more and tie the bottom. When placing your magnets, just remember, you need that area to cover the top so that you don't have a magnet peeking out to the top of your cardstock or your pattern paper. So for this little guy here, we do want to do our matting. And I've cut a piece of matting for the inside that is 6 3/8 by 9 3/8 for the base of my page. I'm going to trim it a little bit more. So I'm kind of working in 16ths. I just took another 1/16 of an inch off. So it actually gives me what? Like, not quite. Just 3/16. I don't like to do that too because I know a lot of times, even with me, the 16ths throw me off, but it's a little more than 1/8 of an inch border. That side was pretty too, but we kind of used that on the front. So I wanted to go with yellow. And the ivory cardstock looks really great with this. You still could throw white in there if you want to do some matting with your white cardstock. We'll smear the glue in there. I'll flatten everything out and ensure we get glue into the corners. I'll do the inside in just a moment, but for the outside, I want to go ahead and take the stripes, and this is from the 6x8 pad. And the reason I like the 6x8 pad is, like I mentioned, oh, we did, okay. See, there's nothing like having, when you're not used to it, you have a heart attack. You're like it's backwards. I need to stop doing that. Anyway, I wanted to go with yellow. Your 6x8 pad, of course, is the smaller. Oh my goodness, that dog is just snoring. Of course, the smaller size. So maybe we will go with the checks. I think we will. I need to cut it down. This is 6x8. I want to cut it to 5 7/8, but I don't want to lose any of your length, so don't cut your length if you're using your 6x8 pad. And it works perfect for this. The 2 1/8 inch piece, see, is going to be a pocket down here. And then this 1x6 will come across here. I'll need to trim it just a hair. It looks, nope, I don't. And what it's going to do is it will hold down your anything you put in there. So when you flip it up, and you could even just put it at the top and the bottom, so you have a tuck. So when you flip it up, but it will hold it enough like that. I like the 6x8 pads. I like the 8x8 pads also, but I do find a lot of times you cut them down to 6x8 generally. The 8x8, unless you're making an 8x8 album. So this really works out well, these 6x8 papers. Getting time for a new bottle of glue. I'm going to turn it upside down so I make sure I do my matting the same at the top, or I get it up where it belongs. Whoops. Really did squish that out, didn't I? You will feel weird working on this at first. What I'm checking for is I'm not matching the matting. I'm matching this actual size of the page. Add your adhesive to 3 sides only. I knew I had that on my fingers. Ooh, all over my fingers. Goodness. I'm going to use this one. This is going on the inside. That 4 1/4 by 6, just to kind of put down where I'm thinking that I want this band, this belly band. See, that will hold it tight. So I've kind of got my eye there. I know it's going to the third one up. I'm just going to add our adhesive to the sides. This one. Now, if you happen to have any hanging over this edge, you can just take your scissors no, I'm not going to be able to do it that direction. Okay, we're going to use the knife. And now I can mat this bottom piece with my little extras that I have here. I'm going to cut the matting at 2. Seven eighths by 5 7/8 on that one. Not long enough. Just to cut something off the side. Now for the inside, let's go ahead and do our photo mat. And I cut these again 4 1/4 by 6. Four by 5 7/8. These are little. No, they're 4 3/4. by 4, 5 3/4 by 4. So I'm going to put these together first before I put them down in case anything happens. And yet you can cut your recipe card down, cut the border off if you are using recipe cards, and you can put them on here. And then you can also, if you have a punch that does your corners, because you know they don't really make those anymore, unfortunately, and they were so popular, but you can also use photo corners so that you can take the recipe card out. And those are really easy to make. If you just take a square from a strip, like so, measure it out. Let me show you really quick. You want to measure it so that it's so that they'll be even. Then you can just do your own photo corners. I just made a square, and then we cut them down. You want to just very lightly attach those two edges. And then you'll be able to slide your photo in there. Like I said, you just want to use tiny, tiny bit of adhesive. So you can make your own photo corners. You grab that yellow piece, and this is that 6 by 8. Put this at the no, we're going to put it at the top because of our magnet. But again, I need to cut it down to 5 7/8. I can do it right here. And I don't have to use the big cutter. And then we can use our, oh, no, I don't know why I cut that. Didn't realize I'd cut that too short. So we just need an inch here at the bottom. And I have my piece for that. So I'll go with the black, which is the back side. actually, we're going to have a little change in design here. We're going to add another pocket like the front, so that you have room. That just hit me. We really need to have the same type of pocket as the front. And because, again, it doesn't have the gussets, it's going to be a tighter pocket. And you have plenty of scraps. So I'll cut another 6 by 2 and an 8 excuse me, 6 by 2 and 1/8 of an inch piece. For this, because it's on the inside, and this will be nice and tight, I'm not worried about it falling out because we also have the magnet. So I'm not going to put the belly band type that we just did. I'm just going to do the pocket. Sure you don't get any glue on the outside there. Oh, that's right, that was that 6 by 8 piece. So I will go with the black. And it is 5 7/8 by 2. I can't hold on to anything. Nice and tight. Now you'll have plenty of these pieces and parts left over from cutting, so hang on to them because they're going to be great mats for our book. And then we'll add some taller ones. For the front of page 2, you want to cut 2 pieces of cardstock that is 4.5 by 12. Keep turning off my notifications and they keep coming through. So 4.5 by 12. And I was trying to keep the magnets at a close count and I had a delay. I mean, I've come back. There's been a gap from doing the video because of our retreats and I lost count. But I can pretty much tell you we're going to use, and I'll count them up again. I'm going to use almost a full package. So on the 4.5 by 12 inch side, you will score on the 12-inch side, and my paper's a little bit big, so I'll show you what I'm going to do. I'm just moving it. I'm going to score it 1/2 inch. I'm going to fold that up and just move it to that edge and score again at 6 3/8. Sometimes the papers aren't cut right at 12, and I should have trimmed mine down, but I didn't. And then I realized it after. So after you fold down that 1/2 inch, go ahead and score it at 6 3/8. And I did that to both pieces. Now I did these at 4 1/2 so that they're the size of a recipe card. And that way, if you want to adhere a recipe card right onto there, it'll fit great. That will fold back, and then your second half where you scored at 6 3/8, we're just going to fold that right over. And let's do the same thing to the second one. Miter the corners. Burnish that 1/2 inch. We'll fold up that second half here. And then just checking that my hinge is at the top. So I will put the first one, I'm going to leave it just about a 1/16 of an inch from the bottom. Then I'll do the same with the top one. Add our adhesive. Again, just a tiny bit from the bottom. And this one will open to my left. The top one will open to my right. So you'll be able to fit a recipe card here and a recipe card here. And then again, do it this way. This top one will be on my right hand side. We did mat the other the first page. And we did our matting so that we could place our magnet and some of the other items. Let's see. And I think we'll go ahead now and continue building the next 3 pages front and back, and then I'll go back and do the matting. Get everything cut so you don't have to wait. So they open this way, and then you'll be able to also, you can have a writing space there. Make sure we get all that glue up. So on this, I do need to have, you have a choice. I'm going to cut this down. No, hello. Our happiness, one of these. Let's take the door. So if you don't want to use 2 magnets, what have I done here? Okay, I'm using a different cutter because my other one is still packed away from this last retreat, and I didn't want to get it out. And I got it stuck. So it's not a bad little cutter, actually. And from the 4x6 cut aparts, I'm just trimming the door so I can show you both ways. You can do your door and mat this with a 4 1/4 by 6 1/4, and then just 1 magnet, which will hold these both basically down. I would actually put it at an angle, and I'll tell you why. You have shortness here and the short over here, so putting it down, and it probably would hold it anyway, but if you don't want your door cockeyed. Or you can put a magnet on each one of the flaps. So doing this definitely will save a magnet. But then again, if this is going to be used a lot, it might pop off. So that is one thing to consider. But it looks really cute. So I'm going to go ahead with the magnets on each one. So if you're using the basic gray that we sell in the store, you'll want 2 positives and 2 negatives. And your first one will go on the inside of the short flap. And let's go ahead and open it up. Oh, tear down there. Move that because it needs to go onto the base page. And we'll repeat on this one. Now the back of page 2, you want a couple of pieces. Sorry, my shoulder. I gotta, okay. It doesn't want to move. So I will be using this cut apart, and it's going to be part of the closure. We want a 6.5 by 9.5, a 10.5 by 5.5. We have a 10.5 by 1.5. Then we have a 6.25 by 4 3/4, which is going to be the flap that will go onto our, that's going to be our closure. And we're going to take our first, so I'm going to move this aside. Our first piece, which is the 6.5 by 10.5, or 9.5. And then also put it up to your page. Make sure that it's perfectly aligned with your page. And then on the 6.5 inch side at the top, you can score it 1/2 inch. So I already did that one. And the 10.5 by 1.5 actually becomes a belly band. So you can put that in your scoreboard on the 10.5 at the top. Oh, and I did trim mine down just a hair. I don't like them to be the full 10.5, only because I trimmed down my page. So if you trim your page down even a 1/16 of an inch, you'll need to trim down your belly band. And the next piece, your 5.5 by 10.5, again, I've cut it down. And we are going to score this. It is a 3-sided pocket, so we want to score it 1/2 inch. And then on the 5.5 inch side, we're going to score it 1/2 inch. And back to our 10.5 inch side at 1/2 inch. So the first thing we do is burnish the score line on that flap that was 6.5. So we are going to build this before we put this on, because our belly band, got some pieces there. I gotta remind myself what we're doing. Going here, then we're going to have our pocket on the inside. And we have the belly band that's going to be on the top. I told you wrong. It's going on the top of our flap. We can tuck in. That's why we're not building it on the page. I always get mixed up. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to fold up these 2 ends. This is the 6.5 flap. I'm folding my score line back, and I'm checking it side to side. I want to make sure that the pocket is not bigger than the page. Because if it is, you need to trim it and then just rescore it. Looks good. And let's go ahead and miter the bottom corners. Clean up those corners just a little bit so they look neater under the paper. You know, we have the Ring alarm system, and I gotta snooze it because it's like crazy all the time. I'm just lining that up to the edge with my 1/2 inch flap to the back. Use my spatula to make sure everything's down and there's no glue. See, now when that is sitting down, we have a pocket that you can put your recipe cards in. And your belly band. So if you want your cards to stick out both sides, you can put it on the back of your flap, and you can also put it down here on your page. So you you get to decide, you know, where you want it. And I'm going to put it down on the page. And I'm just going to eyeball center it, making sure it matches again top to bottom. And then the flap will also, will act as the stopper. So when you do put your recipe cards here, they're not going to fly out, and then there'll be a magnet. So it will also help to hold these down when you flip your page over. But I'll show you, we're going to put the other little flap on. And actually, that's where a magnet will go. Check things again. Flip up. Okay. So it ends up on the right-hand side, which is where I wanted it. And if it's on your left-hand side, that's okay too. We're going to take the 4 3/4 by 6 1/4. And on the 4 3/4 inch side, we're going to score a 1/2 inch. Like I said, this just came back to working on this from coming back from retreats. So I need to make sure nothing's upside down. So if I was working on it this way and you put yours on that left-hand side, it's okay. It works either side. I've got to get back into the swing of of this. And then I'll have this here. It's going to be double matted. So right now I'll just set it aside. Magnet will be on this flap and then on the base. So I want to I'm just going to again eyeball center. Don't need to cut our corner since we're putting it in the middle of a page. Just kind of make it even top to bottom. And then this is also going to hold in any cards that you slip inside of there. And another thing that will work, so if you don't want to use magnets, then you can add your ribbon to this side and to the flap, and you can tie it closed. And then I need to also make sure that I have room where this is at. Oh, why did I put that there? That's not where I want that. Sorry. Room over here. Open this. Yeah, we want to make sure it's about in the middle of the belly band. So I'm just going to lightly touch. No, I'm going to move it a little bit. We should have done on the belly band first. There we go. Sorry, I'm just working a little backwards here. The reason I'm putting it on the belly band, I don't want it underneath all of this because then it has to go through a layer of paper, then the belly band, then another layer of paper, and that kind of will take away from my hold power. Okay, there we have page 2. Okay, make sure that's at the top. Now we want the front of page 3. Okay, we have a 5 by 10.5, a 4 3/8 by 9.5, and that's going to be a flap. Then we have a 6 7/8 by 9.5. So we have another flap, which is going to just add to the amount of room our little album has. The first little flap, we'll score these in just a minute. We'll go to the left. This one's going to go to the right. This is going to sit on top of the left. And then we are going to have another pocket. It's actually a flap. So when then this opens, then we'll have another pocket on the inside. So we're going to start with scoring. Again, trim this down a hair short of 10.5 so it'll fit your page nice. We're going to score on the 10.5 inch side at 1/2 of an inch. Now on your 5 inch side at 1/2 of an inch. And back to the 10.5 inch side at 1/2 of an inch. And I don't feel like I scored very well, so I'm going to just go over those again. Your 4 3/8 by 9.5 on the 4 3/8 of an inch side. You know what? Why did I tell you 4 3/8? No, I guess 4 3/8. I cut mine too long, so let me just trim this down. I mean, not, I cut it too wide. There we go. So on the 4 3/8 of an inch side, you're going to score at 1/2 inch. I'm trying to get back into the groove. And then on your 6 7/8 of an inch side, score at 1/2 inch. for these two flaps. And then our pocket. And I'm going to check the size of my pocket. It is actually the last piece that we're going to put down. Make sure your opening's at the top. That's fine. So we're going to put down the larger flap. Man, I got stuff everywhere today. On this now becomes 6.5 inches. Well, not quite. 6 3/8, because it was 6 7/8. A little bit short. We're going to miter that corner. Before we put it on, let's just do it as a unit. So we're going to miter the corners on our smaller flap, and that way it's easier actually to put on. I'm going to turn this sideways so I get it on there perfect, but not on the hinge side. I need to wake up. I need to pay attention. Now on this one for the closure, I am going to be using a seam binding tie. So one thing I'm going to mark, I'm going to use the seafoam or our moss green. I'm going to write seam binding on here. So when I get to that point, I don't forget to put it on before we do our matting. And then with our page hinge at the top, this will go on the left hand side. Because I don't want the pocket where the hinge is. So we are putting it over here on the left hand side. And if I would have put it on the wrong side, then I just would have moved the pocket as well. Very versatile page when you're doing it like this. The top load. So it goes like this, like this, like this. The reason I don't want it on the hinge side is it'll be too bulky. Now we can miter the corners. Just want to make sure we're not. You know what? I'm going to shorten this pocket. So on the cutting guide, I will have it shortened. Sorry, we're going to take a 1/2 inch off. The problem is, I just don't think there's enough room to get your hand down if you're going to put your cards the opposite direction after you mat them. So I'm going to just take a 1/2 inch off. You can even take a little bit more. Let me show you the reason. So we have kind of a design. I want my cards in this way. I'll have the mat. That they will have a mat, and I want to see them and be able to pull them out. So that's the reason for that. Don't like to dig my hand down into the pocket. And because our pocket faces inward, see, nothing will fall out the sides. Now with my spatula. You know, I have to use a magnet anyway. Ribbon would be cute. I think I still will. Seam binding there. We'll see. I'm going to leave it just in case, but I'm going to go ahead and do the magnets. Going to hit. Sure it won't be too close to the top. Nope. And so we have our hinge at the top. Remember to flip it up. And now we'll have our closed edge at the top. And we're going to do the back of page 3. 4. Front of page 4 and the back of page 3. Okay, now we've got some measuring to do on the back of page 3. Our page is 9.5. So we're going to have the 2 5x7s in the center. And these are 7, so that leaves us 2.5 inches. So we want to go 1/4 of an inch from the top. And I'm going to use my pencil and ruler. I'm going to turn my scoreboard just so I can get here. So I have to turn it kind of sideways. So there's my 1 1/4 inch mark. I'm just going to put my ruler down here. And another way is just to use your scoreboard. And just use your pencil. And it's a lot easier actually to push down. Because we're going to be matting that top. And I want the top and bottom matting to be pretty even. One 1/4. I know you're probably saying she never measures, but I do want to measure. I want it to be on here nicely. Okay, so our front, flip up, we should have the closed end up there, and we should be able now to fit our 7-inch length. It may hang over just a hair, but you'll put it right within the lines. So we're going to score these two at 5 inches at 1/2. So on the 5-inch side at 1/2 of an inch. And that leaves 4.5 inches, and you'll be able to put your cut apart or your recipe card on there. And I think I will grab that seam binding. I'm going to have a tie on these. So I'm turning this so I can work on it on this closed edge. There's my closed edge at the top. Now I want to place it in between the lines I drew. Like I said, mine go over just a tiny bit. And just as if we were making a waterfall with that one, I shouldn't have mitered my corners, but that's okay. I will be cutting a strip anyway. Keeping those straight. So I'll have the seam binding here and the seam binding there, just in my reach. So I'm just going to grab it. Or maybe I'll use this one. That's pretty. This looks great with the paper too. It's one of my favorite colors. It's the khaki. Really looks great. To cut the end. Right now we'll just... Now one thing you can do, if you don't like those ends, you can put it on double and leave it double and tie it. I've done that before. There's not a lot you can do except for using maybe fray stop, and I've used glossy accents for those ends before, but it's not a finished edge with your seam binding. So if that bugs you, you might want to do that. So you can see I'm going to go about in the center, and then we will mat on top of this. I want to make sure I put it in the same place. Of course, not too close to the edge, because and I won't cut my ends until I mat, due to the fact that when you mat, then we get some more bolts there. Okay, page 4. Again, hinge at the top. And the front of page 4, we have a 6 by 9.5 and a 6.5 by 5.5. So the 6 by 5.5 is going to be a pocket that's on the inside of this flat, where you can put your recipe cards or notepad. And we're going to start with the 6 inch by 9.5. And again, make sure that when you do cut it, it's the exact same height as your page. If not, you can trim some of that off. And we're going to score on the 6 inch side at 1/2. And the next piece that is 6.5 by 5, our pocket, we're going to do the 3 sides. 1/2, and then 1/2 on the 5 inch side, and again on the 6.5 inch side. And we'll just fold this up, and we'll check our sizing here on the flat. Again, you don't want it to go over the score line. So I lay it there and then close that and make sure everything is nice and neat. And then we can miter our corners. Now I'm just turning that the opposite direction. So I have kind of a true picture of the area where my pocket needs to be. And that is going to be on the inside. Again, just double checking. Now, before I put this down, we're going to turn this over. And we're going to make a tick mark at the 1/2 inch. And then you're going to make a tick mark off to the side at 1/2. 1/2 and 1/2. So it almost looks like a square. So we're going to place that in our cutter. There's that tick mark and that one. They don't have to be perfect. Ooh, let me cut these guys down. I have to work closest to me with black because it can be really hard to see, and I know. Kind of like, I wish I could do albums in dual colors, which I've done before, but they're not always, you know, workable after, so that you guys can see the different colors. It's helpful. I've done it with red and green at Christmas, and then it's appropriate. My pocket fits perfect right there. Nice, nice fit. And again, I'll have my seam binding for my closure. So we can minimize some of the use of the magnets on this one. And then score tape. Remember to set it back a little so that you're not clear on the edge there. Not a very nice bow, but it works for now. So that's going to be our closure for there. And you know what? I don't want the knots, so I'm going to open that up while we do this back side. Flip to the top. And for the back, we'll be using another cut apart. So we want 3 pieces that are 4 5/8 by 9 1/2. And then you want 1 4 1/4 by 6 3/4. That again is going to be a closure with the cut apart. So I'm going to set that one aside. We're going to put these guys on first. Now on your 4 3, did I tell you? Let me see, what did I say? 4 5/8. Hope I told you 4 5/8. On the 4 5/8 side, you're going to score 1/2 of an inch, all 3 of these. And then again, we do want to check the size, that nothing's going to hang over the page. This time we're not going to miter those corners. Going to turn this sideways, just easier to work on. The reason we're not mitering these, it's going to be like a waterfall once again. So we're going to add our, in the back page, I kind of thought, you know, weekends, so Saturday, Sunday, maybe front page will be a barbecue or, you know, whatever we're going to do. And we'll be using a lot of, I'll be using a lot of paper clips in my album. So we'll be making those with the little flags on them so that I can like paper clip the recipe card there if I don't want it to become a permanent part of my book. And the next one, just like on a waterfall where that one ends, the next one will start. I'm just checking that everything is the same length. This is also going to be a really fun housewarming book. Now for the closure, we're going to put this on the 6 3/4 of an inch side. Score 1/2 inch. Let's close our book. In the beginning, we have to just kind of reburnish until we get paper on. The weight of the paper helps hold that down. So if you don't want this type of a closure, again, you can use your seam binding or ribbon, and then this should just come right to that edge. And our cut apart will sit right there for the closure. I'm going to turn this to the side. And again, I'm just eyeballing the top and bottom, but you can measure if you want it to be exact. Yeah, it'll take a little more than if you don't use ribbon. You're going to use at least 1.5 packages of magnets. Just about. Now here's the thing I'm trying to decide on. So we've got some weight. No, I think that'll, no, that will be fine. Actually, that will be better. And then that will be our closure right there. That holds the whole thing down. I'm just putting the same binding, score tape to the back. There we go. Okay, we can now start the fun. So we've already decorated pages 1 and 2. So this one's 2. This one's 3. And actually, while we're here, no, I did a magnet. I'm not going to do seam binding since it's there. And that's my page 4. All right. Let me just cut that off and we will start decorating our album. Okay, we'll start with page 2 on the front. And I do have everything cut and everything is inked. I will also, I use the black, sorry, the Prima Black, and I'll give you the sizes as we go in the placement. And then I have, you know, with this collection and using the ivory, so you probably want to buy 2 collection packs. You'll have some left over, but having leftover is always good. So the first thing that I cut was the green polka dot, which is the back of the succulents. I just love it. So for each one of our flaps, I'm going to lay it out how it's going to look. It doesn't go there. That is the inside. And the outside will have the succulents. Just doing some double checking. I want to make sure I'm not upside down. Okay, we are the right way. So the piece that's going to go on this left hand, your short flap, I did the ivory at 5 1/8 by 4 3/8. Again, recheck your measurements by measuring your page, and then 6 1/8 by 4 3/8. So let's go ahead and put these down so everything's secured and not flying every which way. And the ivory is always nice, or when you use white, not just for pictures, but you can write permanent, you know, notes on there, or we might have some growling going on. So the dogs, I apologize in advance, but they are down here because they are they're part of our studio and my life. So I'm hoping they won't start fighting here in a moment. Your ivory, though, or white, it's just a great neutral. It breaks up all your patterns also. Let's go ahead. And I just did the light, like we did on the front page. Lightly inked the edges with the black so that it wasn't too much or too heavy. Let's repeat on the bottom. Same sizes. Then just lift up your page if you need a flatter surface to work work on, especially when you're using the art glue. You just don't want any glue seeping out. You don't want your page to stick together. And then the top. Stop. I let them play before I started filming to get it out of their system, so I thought they'd go to sleep. Well, Wilbur would go to sleep. And I would throw something at him, like a clothespin, or but he would eat it. So I should keep one of his toys to throw. When we open, remember one goes to the right and the bottom one goes to the left. So I have some of the black, and it's more of an ivory than a white. Let's just do the bottom since it's more, there we go, flat. And I'll give you the sizes in just a moment. I just want to kind of give you the layout. This will repeat on the right hand side. Then we have, I really thought this looked cool. We'll place those better, of course. Like so. So let me give you your sizes. The two flat pieces are going to be 5 1/8 by 4 3/8. So you have two of those. And then on the main page itself, 6 3/8 by 4, and you'll have two of those, 6 3/8 by 4. Then I cut these down to 1 by 4 3/8. So 2, 1 by 4 3/8, and then 1, 1 by 6 and 1, or 6 3/8. Now we can put these down. I'm going to put all the ivory down first. On the bottom and the top, I'm going to leave it's about a 1/8 of an inch border of the black. And you can always trim down your centerpiece if you get it off a little bit, so don't worry about that. I am going to turn it upside down. And basically your black piece should be covering the end of those 1/2 inch edges. Plenty of room. I meant to put down the other side. So I have some ink on there, but that's okay. Got a little smudge there. You know, I could have gone a little bit wider, but we have a lot of cute things, so I'll put a sticker there. Probably could have gone 1 1/4. Now we'll flip straight up to the back side. And for the back of page 2, we've got some bright colors going on. We're going to start with the inside, and we have the belly band. So I'll start with my belly band, and then for the base of the page in the back, I chose to go with the bright yellow. Kind of give you an idea there. And then ivory, because we've got, wow, I got ink on kind of a couple of things. Must have been when I laid it down before it dried. Sorry, just cleaning up that edge from a not, there we go, too sharp blade. We'll just go with the ivory, break some of that up. So let's put our belly band down, our matting. Oh, and now I need to give you the measurements. This is 1 3/8 by 9 3/8. 1 3/8 by 9 3/8. Have that magnet there. And then for the back behind, I did ink that. I have, now I took mine down. So mine's between 6 1/4 by 6 3/8. Not quite 6 3/8. I did trim it just a smidgen because of these two score lines. And then it is 9 3/8 wide. So I would cut it first at 6 3/8 and see how well it fits. And then trim off the width as you need to fit between your score lines. I can't get a hold, there we go. Helps to get a hold of that edge. I was say that didn't fall inside of there, did it? Oh, it's right there. It blended in with the other one. And I'm just holding it up so I have a flat surface. And then over on this side. So I'm changing to the green. And then tie the stripes in. So your stripe on this collection is the back of your cut aparts. That's another reason you might want the extra collection pack, because sometimes I know it sucks to cut your cut aparts, but you need the back side of that paper. And I'll give you the measurements on the second one. I just realized that. Sorry. So I cut two pieces that are 4 1/8 by 5 7/8. So those two are 4 1/8 by 5 7/8. My centerpiece is 7 1/8 by 5 7/8. I don't think I pre-cut. When we turn this over, I'll see. You know, I don't think I pre-cut my pocket over here on the front. So we'll have to do that. I did not. Okay, well, let's go ahead and put our cut apart down, and then we'll go back and cut. I will cut that. So I did do a mat of the ivory for our cut apart, and the mat is 4 1/8 by 6 1/8. This is 4 by 6, and I did trim just a hair off of the width and the length because I wanted more of the ivory paper to show. Then we need to cut this front piece. It's funny how I just kind of overlooked it. All right, I'll be back. Okay, our pockets. You have kind of two choices here. This is our 2x2s. Or not ours, but it's the paper's 2x2s. What happened is, so I cut it in half. I really want the black, and it is 4 7/8 by 9 3/8. And then the other piece that was left over was this one, and it was 9 3/8. So you can use, we're doing this on another page, so it's totally up to you if you don't want to repeat it. We're doing it on the next one, which will be facing the kind when it's closed, but you don't really see it. So if you want some of the 2x2 to show, I'm going to use the back side so that I have a pocket that's kind of all the same color. You won't see it anyway once we put all of our tags and things in there. And then it looks like that. Pockets are always fun, aren't they? There we go. And I am going to go along the edge because I had some white on the paper I didn't like from the cutter. There's no adhesive. Page 2. Front of page 1. And I decided not to go with the seam binding even though I made myself the note. So we'll start out here on this outside. Now here's the 2x2s I mentioned that I'm going to use from this piece. And I'll show you. First the layout a little bit here. Love the green plaid, which is also kind of like a cutout page, which is just adorable. So you'll want more than one for sure. And there goes our cut aparts there. Touch up that edge just here. Let me fix that. Sometimes the smoother paper and the fixers or the tonic blades don't play nice. But we want it to look nice. So the wider part, and I'll give you the measurements, we'll need to go over here because of our magnet. And then I'm bringing in the stripes and plaids, and floral. Now on the bottom of this, you'll cut this off, and I'll show you. So it is the back side. We're going to add the stripes here at the bottom for some contrast. Like so. Our first piece is 2 inches exactly. So I cut it based around this little piece of paper. I wanted this full 2 inches here. I love the welcome to our porch. So that was the whole idea. And then it is 9 3/8. So I cut this at 4 1/8. I originally cut it at 9 1/4. So I cut it at 4 1/8 by 8. So if you want to just do that. And then we cut this at 1 3/8 by 4 1/8. The black and white, 2 7/8 by 9 3/8. One 3/4. No, 3/4. Sorry, that's just 3/4 by 9 3/8. And then the front in the green, 3 3/4 by 9 3/8. So I'm going to start with this piece since it's in my hand. I'm going to work from the left edge in. Making sure things are, you know, even at the top is what keeps your page looking symmetrical. And if you're using this as a daily, I'm not daily, but like, yeah, daily, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, that'd be a great place to stamp, like Tuesday, like Wednesday. So you would know to look in here on your Wednesday meal plan. And if you have a permanent meal plan, then this is ideal. I had a permanent meal plan when the kids were growing up and all here, but now that it's just Tubbs and I, it's kind of like whatever is in the fridge. Or let's go out. We don't have to worry about feeding 400 mouths. Make sure that's tight around that magnet. We'll be decorating that with our embellishments. Okay, let's move to the inside. Well, one thing about the inside that I really wanted to emphasize was this 4x6 piece of paper. I just love it. So, well, actually the size is a little different. So, whoops. Oh no. Oh, I got that hanging over the bottom. Okay, I got to do some touch up here really quick. I hung it over the bottom of my page, that yellow matting. I don't know how I did that. But thank goodness that one's an easy fix. Kind of crazy. For just a second. Looks like I'm doing a little word work here. black ink along the edge. That's why I love working with paper. I love to sew too, but mistakes aren't that easy to fix. Okay, all fixed. Now back to our beautiful bikes. Where did they go? Well, there we go. So at the top, we're going to have a piece of 4 3/8. Nope, 4 5/8. 4 5/8 by 6 1/4. And so the bottom is also 4 5/8 by 6 1/4. It's going to go at the top, and I'll show you what's going to go at the bottom. So this is our other 4 by 6 card. I did trim it down. I'll have to give the measurements, and then the birds above the door. The one thing, oh, and then this one is what goes inside here, our wording. So that's the inside look. And for the top piece, I cut this at 3 3/4 by 3 7/8. And I did trim my cut apart down a little bit to 3 7/8 by 5 7/8. And what I did is I took it off on this side, the width, so I didn't hit my doorknob. This is 4 inches, so just trim it down to 3 7/8. And the piece inside my pocket is going to be 3 1/2 by 9 3/8. And the reason, or 9 3/8. The reason it's that width is it was just there. So I just grabbed the whole thing, and I'm going to start over here on the left-hand side. It was one of those scraps, and I thought, no sense in cutting it because I'll just throw the scrap in the garbage. And I knew there was a use for the door. I just knew there was. It's so cute. And then the birds in the trees above the door. And I do wish that some of this fabric, I mean these prints, was in fabric, because I would buy it to make tablecloths for my outdoor furniture. It's so cute. This one especially. And our pocket. 3 1/2 by 9 3/8. Check your fit in case you do have to trim it a little bit shorter than 9 3/8. And again, this is 4 5/8 by 6 1/4. They both are 4 5/8 by 6 1/4. And because of the size, that's why I didn't use a cut apart. Plus, I love the bicycles. It's bigger than 4 by 6. So I used the bicycles to go along with the outdoor theme. They're so cute. Okay. You can turn that to the back. Nope, we don't turn that way. We turn this way. And on this one, so I'm using, I'll have to show you the 6 by 8 pad. This is the one we marked off. So I've already erased my pencil marks. So if you are using a cardstock and you can't quite erase, remember those pencil marks we put there? Then you can cut your strips a hair wider. But I cut mine at the 1 1/8. So if yours doesn't cover the pencil mark or you can't erase it, go ahead and cut these a little bit bigger than 1 1/8. But you won't be able to go much bigger because of where our hinge starts. And we're going to have the flowers. I'm using the flower strips. And those are from the 6 by 8 pad. And also from the 6 by 8 pad is this one. I had to use this. And I cut it down to, it's a little wider than 5 3/4. So cut it first at 5 7/8 wide. And then you can trim it to fit. And then it's 7 inches long. So 7 inches is going to fit perfect over those hinges. So 5 7/8, but then trim accordingly. And that's going to be the center of our page. Isn't that so cute? So let's go ahead and put this down first. And I'm going to put the 7-inch piece. Whoops, and mine, like I said, has been trimmed to fit because you have to fit your hinges here. And right on top of that seam binding. Now at the bottom is that strip of yellow. And this is from the 6 by 8 pad. And then for the back, I chose to use just the ivory. And then I'll have the birds on the front and the plaid. And each one of these pieces are going to be 4 3/8 by 6 7/8. And I'll have the ivory on the back. And then I remember the little birdies there. Bird here. And I'm going to use the plaid. So I'm going to start on the back side with the ivory and work to the front. the front because I want the birdie in the nest at the top. Only reason is because that's kind of where my eye went, so but that has to be the front. We'll cut little strips here in just a minute to go between the page because we only need the one. Oops, not the plaid. I mean, not the plaid, the ivory. The bird, just my eye took me there. And I'm going to use the yellow, the same yellow for in between here. And I'm going to cut a strip that is 3/8 of an inch. But first, I mean on here, I'll cut it here first, and then I need to cut my length. Actually, let's just go the full 1/2 inch. Or almost. And my pages, you know, we made them 7. The only thing is, remember we mitered those, so if you did, I'm going to leave this at 7. I'm just going to cut 1 inch off. So it goes all the way to the end, even though you don't really see it. But I did do the mitering. Isn't that cute? Just kind of ties it all in. Turn it over. Go over the back side with the black so I don't smear it all over the front. Glue flakes off my fingers. And page 4. So the front of page 4, and this is where we cut our angled pocket. So we're going to start on the very front, and I'm going to use the doors. Love the doors. And I cut my first piece down to 5 3/8, and it's going to be 9 3/8. But we need to cut our angle, and we want it to match. So I'm just going to lay this. Do it this way. I'm going to lay this here as if I'm matting the whole thing. And then I grab my clothespin. I'm going to turn this over and just draw a line. When you cut this off, make sure you cut just on the other side of that pencil marks so that you have a little bit of a border. So it borders, just like the rest of your paper. You know how your cutter sometimes will give you a little bit of a raised edge. Just flatten that out. Love the doors. I wanted to get too close to that bottom for some reason today. And then we have our pocket on the bottom. So let's see, that's going to the top. And the pocket then is from a cut apart. What I did is it's from your 6x8 page. Let me show this to you. So what I did, I cut this bottom off just a hair up to the bird. Okay, I trimmed that off. Then what I did is I measured from the bottom up so that I got the life in full bloom. So I just wanted life in full bloom. And then we're going to use the back side. I'm give you those measurements. And I'm going to turn it over and use the flowered side. And then for the top is the back of the 6x8 smaller doors. And it is 5 3/8 by 6, almost 6 1/8. And then my card piece is 4 3/8 by 4 3/8. Is that really? Yep. And then this little piece will just be what you cut off from there, and you may just have to trim it. So it's, you could go 3 7/8, 7/8 by 4 3/8. Mine's just a hair short. I didn't even trim it after I cut it. But let's put the pocket on first. Then we will cut the pocket mat at that angle like we did the first piece for the front. Just fill that in. And we're going to just place this down inside the pocket. And I may have to trim it. Fit it. There we go. And I'm going to put it up to the top. So we have 1/8 of an inch. Not quite 1/8 of an inch, but almost. Turn it over and we'll repeat that. Same angle cut that we just did. see here. Let me do a little layout first. So you can see what we're going for here. And that's our look. The ivory piece is the back of the black of your coordinating cardstock for the collection. 3 3/8 by 6 3/8. And the green is the back of the peach. 2 1/4 by 5 3/8. And again, this is from the 6. Is that from the? No, I don't think that's from the 6 by. No, that's not from the 6 by 8. It's from the 12 by 12. And it is 4 inches by 5 3/8. I have to cut that just a hair. Fine. Okay, I'll start at the bottom. Now, the more I'm looking at this, I'm thinking this will be a really cute gardening book too. Lots of different uses. Oh, guess that is all to that page. We're on the back of page 4. It was going along quite quickly. I'm going to use, again, for this closure, one of our cut aparts. And for this one, I'm using from the 6 by 8 pad. That's going to be the background for home. Isn't that cute? I'm going to go ahead and glue these two together. I'm going to place that on there first, and I'll give you the measurement. So this is 4 by 6, the home. And again, I just trimmed a little bit off the width and the length. The green is 6 1/8 by 4 1/8. So took this down to about 5 7/8 by 4 7/8. I wanted more of the green to show, the green plaid. And the ivory that will go on the back side is 4 1/8 by 6 1/8. Please don't tell me that's upside down. That's upside down. Why did I have this funny feeling? I didn't check the orientation of my page. So we're just going to peel off the majority of it. And so when we turn the page over, we should always check to make sure it's the right orientation. What I'm going to do is just choose from our cut aparts a different one. So let's go with probably the darker, because I just want to make sure nothing will show through. And I'm glad the glue, well, I would have just put another one on top anyway. So I'm going to try the bicycle first. And I do now want this to be just a little bit bigger, so I won't quite have as much green as I wanted. And that's okay. Oh, I wish you could be live in my studio here. Wilbur just walked by. I don't think we'll be hearing much out of him. He's in so much trouble. I just spent half an hour chasing his little butt around the neighborhood in a boot with my broken ankle. He looked at me. He knows I'm mad. He's smart. Perfect cover up here. He knows I'm mad. I don't know if I'll speak to him the rest of the day. Because hubby, after he's done with the tractor last night, left all the gates open, the big metal railing. And he caught the glimpse of that and he took off. Now that the good weather's here, I'm going to have to get out the 30, we have a 30-foot long rope that I use out front to remind him not to go too far. And I think he's just forgotten. So we're going to have some training this weekend. Now the back piece, 6 1/8 by 4 1/8. Time to fill the glue bottle. And on the waterfalls, I'm just doing the double check thing, even though I know it's right. You know how you get that feeling. The back sides of these waterfall pages will be the ivory. And they are, I cut mine shorter than 4, but they're almost 4 by 9 3/8. So the outside cover is going to be the same. So I cut it between 4 and 7/8. So cut it at 4 first, put it down and check your fit. And what I'm choosing to do here, so mine are not quite 4 3/4 and not quite 4 7/8. I'd give you the 16ths, but it's 15/16. Stripes. So I have floral. Let's make sure. Now see, to me, before that was great, but I think I'm going to do some switcheroos here. I'm going to go with the black instead of the lighter. Now that I've got more of a lighter, even though the home was light, but the lettering. So I'm going to go with the black. And I'm going to change this to the lighter. Okay, black and black, and then the 2 lights. That looks good to the eye. I'm going to start by putting I'm going to start here in the back. Oh, how about size? So my base is 5 1/4 by 9 3/8. We're going to go light. Sorry, I'm still just a little flustered after chasing that dog. If any of you have a beagle or a hound dog, they get their nose to the ground. And of course, it's new smells for him because he took off into the neighbor's gardens that are just freshly plowed, freshly planted. And I'm trying not to step in them with my big boot from my broken ankle. And he keeps running, but I got him by the tail, untied a rope from a boat, and I brought him home. And he knew he was in so much trouble. He still does. I haven't had to put him in his kennel, and because he doesn't sleep in his kennel, I do use it for correction. I know that may sound backwards to some of you, but I feel that he sometimes needs a quiet place to go. And he hasn't had to go to his quiet place in a while. So when he has to go there, he knows it was wrong. He knew it was wrong anyway. Because he looked at me when we got home, and he wouldn't even come up the stairs because he knew he was going right to the kennel. But he doesn't have to stay too long. And these are all that same size. So cut them your 4-inch width and then go back and trim where you need to trim. And make, so that you have the look that you want. And what's fun is I'm going to be using the super clips. And I'm going to make some too. And I'll use those to stick out. They're just really fun. Paper clips are kind of coming in. And I'll cut strips like I did for the other page to fill in. So they're not quite a 1/2 inch by 9 3/8, and we'll cut 2 of those when we're done with this. And I chose to cut the stripes not this way, but I wanted them this way. I feel that you can see more of the color. See when it's hiding behind your page now, I see every one of them instead of maybe just a block of stripes. And that was the reason I cut them this way. Okay, need a little more solid surface there to burnish that with. And we burnish that down so it's flat. Isn't that pretty? That'd be really pretty with the black and white plaid in a guest room, adding those floral pillows to the beds. Can we make pillows out of paper? Not in my house. Then after we put our book together, isn't that pretty? We will go back through and do our decorating. See, we have page 1. I'm just going back through. I want to make sure I did not leave anything unmatted. We definitely will do those little pieces. Page 2. So this will work like so. Comes up. Page 3 and up. Page 4 and up. Okay. Now let's go and do our spine pieces. And I don't think it's the same, but what I'm doing is just looking through the scraps of one that will be long enough that I have not used on this page. Bicycles, I think. I'll go with the blue. So I want to cut this down to 9 3/8 first. And I'm going to stop just a hair before the 1/2 inch. Because I don't want them small as 3/8, but I don't want them as big. And this isn't, well, if I was on the 16th, it'd be 15/16. Or just stop a hair before. Yeah, that's too big. I went too far. I'm not used to this cutter. And there are 1/16 of an inch on here. Oops, it's too long. Just took 1/8 of an inch off. That's a little tight. Just don't have my other cutter unpacked. I'm not really familiar with these markings. There we go. And I'm not going to ink these edges. And this is going to be the end of video number 1 because it's pretty long. And number 2 will be putting our pages into our album cover, the decorating of the album cover, and also we have the waterfall piece and that little pocket that we're going to decorate. So we will do those in part 2, and that way you can be working on this one. And it won't go into 6-7 hours long. Okay. That's how cute that is. We got the birds. Stay tuned for part 2.